let's hop back into the cities game and take a look at where we are. So if you caught the end of the previous stream, you will notice that I have rolled back to an earlier save. What we did at the end of the previous stream was put a hydroelectric dam across this river, which was fine. You know, it caused a huge backflow of water. I think over time that would have sorted itself out. There was some flooding that needed like terraforming doing, which I wasn't particularly happy about. So I did spend some time kind of looking up how does the water flow work, how do the dams work, what are good ways of placing it. I think we may have had the option of placing the dam so it was lower down the river. So I built it somewhere around like this level. It took a long time to create the reservoir, and then it wasn't flowing very fast. You can see in the arrows in the river now that it's quite a fast river, but it just wasn't after we dammed it. There is the option, place it lower down here somewhere. That might maintain a faster flow. We might get a better electrical power source that way. But all my research that I did looking at people talking about how to place the dams and whether to place them or not, the ultimate conclusion is it's only worth playing around with the dams and working out your water flow and trying to improve with terraforming. It's only worth it if you're interested in the dams and the water flow, which I'm not really. I'm quite happy with where the rivers are and how they flow and how they look. I'm not particularly interested in fiddling with them or redoing all of the bridges and everything that we had to do on the previous save. So I've rolled back and I'm not going to place the dam in at all this time round. We can unpause and get things flowing. We do need some electric power, so we're going to use solar instead. It's probably the best way of getting power. It does obviously fluctuate a little bit depending on the light, I guess. Doesn't really give us a specific spot that's any better or worse, so we may just place these somewhere temporarily and move them later. Let's put them at the back over here. May create like a whole big farm full of solar panels at some point. Sit. Rotate them. They're not central in a grid, so we'll put that one up there. There. Should allow us to remove the oil power plant. Phone in the industrial in its place. What's that? Production is 482. So it will drop a little bit depending on wind power, so but we only need 336 at the moment, so that's probably not a problem, and that is preferable to me to fiddling around with the rivers and everything, so I'm happier with that. That also means that we don't need to use our token to buy that bridge and fix it. We can buy the spaces down here that I wanted instead, so I'm just going to get it because I know that's the next one I want. But I do need this next square over before we can continue our plans with the road down here, improving where that junction is. Because this ideally would actually be down here, but we can't then connect it to that arterial route yet. Traffic still looks really good coming over everything. I really like the way that looks and flows at the junctions we put in the last stream. Very happy with that. Complaint here, what's that about? Needs more education. Well, I believe we did notice a shortage last time. High school is slightly short. University is more short, so public library use is very low. Area of effect is so small. I think I would like to put our second university building in instead of the public library. Creates a mirror. There's one to the north here, we'll put one into the south here. So let me just look at how we have it. It's in the middle, a small gap around the edge, so we're going to lose some commercial as well. Take those as well. That bit can stay, and the metro line is still in the correct place, so let's... University building, like so. Solve. Only it's got much greater coverage area, so there should be a lot happier people compared to having the library. And capacity is now good, so high school is the next capacity issue. It's very close. One there, there and there. Okay. So there's no obvious place to put a fifth one that fits like a mirrored layout or anything. Can't easily fit it around that, so we can't just put two next to each other. We could here just have two high schools at the same point. Missing coverage is on the outskirts, kind of there, so it might... Yota Heisa. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Move that one, so we'll have one there. Relocate that to be a mirror of it. The only problem with that might be public transport doesn't go out to there. So the nearest stop is here. They've got to cross over and walk. Or they park. There's lots of parking there. That should be fine for now. I think we'll need to look at improving bus service in general as we expand more of the residential area. It's not particularly urgent right now. So it clears more out of this space, which might eventually move all of this out and put commercial in. Oh, I did want to find that tree tool. Trees? Size, I can't do like a... I guess you place them one at a time. I was hoping to just spray a bunch of trees into the middle. Tree with leaves. Like a... let's see small ones. A few large ones. Oh, not redwoods, that's too large. Some kind of conifers. Let's put a few big conifers in. Oh, they are a bit randomised. Okay, that's cool. Bit of a random element to their height. It's better than having an empty space, but it's kind of odd with all the emptiness around it. I don't really want to be placing individual trees for hours on end. It's fine, it's fine. We could put the actual like parks in like we have on this grid. Could put them in the middle of all of them. Then from what I remember only the Japanese garden fit in the space, and Wouldn't look very interesting having the same park in every single gap, I think. But I have just noticed one of them's in the wrong side. That road is in the wrong place. Could be facing that way. It's better. So, general demand is at the moment for industry. Our industrial area that's specialising in oil is finished. It's not got any room for more. We could put little crossroads in, but I don't actually want to increase the traffic in this area. It's kind of at the safe limit. So I want to put another industrial area in just to the north of it, I guess. And we can kind of share the ring road in some way. Leave that going through the middle. Maybe create some kind of T-junction on the end. Not sure. They can go do another loop. Not sure how we'd join them. But probably something very similar to that here. Connecting to the north and the east, and then do something in the middle there. But before we do that, we do need to fix this junction, which is causing traffic problems. So let's pause the game and do it, I guess. Really, I just want to do the same junction that I've done in these places, like this, but facing the other way, because I do like the nice smooth curves we got into them. So we're just looking to do the same again, basically. Let's cut everything back. Turn around so we can get a good angle on it. So the highway continues until it's 20 units away from the cross. So if we put that in, then just put a generic road in, it's 20 units down. The highway should go up to there. Crossing highway, just a straight line across. So let's can just go back in. It's fine. Do a tunnel on this side because there's a tunnel running under here for the garbage trucks. Might be one where I try out just using the default single lane ramps, because we've done 3-lane ramp here, then used the mod to increase the speed limit on it, but everyone just uses 1 lane. I haven't seen a single vehicle use the 2nd lane. And then when they join, they're all joining from the 1 lane, so doesn't make much sense to put 3 lanes in if no one's going to use them. This might change how we build it. So let's do the easy bit first. This is a smooth corner. 20 units, is it 16 units round? To see. To use the right road type to measure it. So that's 17 units round. So can we do that with ramp? Does it behave in the same way? 17 like so. We're joining. It's 8 units long. So. Something about the 3-lane road that kind of looks nicer in my opinion, but particularly on this one, the way that they're have to merge down from 3 to 1. I mean, they do. Because, no they don't. They're actually using multiple lanes. On that one. Just not on... Well, I suppose they're not using it on this one because they all come off from the inside lane. They should come off from the outside as well. We could use the mod to use the lane connections to encourage them into multiple lanes perhaps. It's kind of this one that goes over and the tunnel that goes under where they're... because they're joining... Here all 3 are joining into 3. On this side 3 and 3 are joining into 3. So perhaps it's just the tunnel and the flyover that we do in the single lane. The ones that remain on the ground can be 3 lane. We'll go with that for now. Build these in and then take a look at how it looks with a single lane flyover and tunnel. Need to do another 17 unit corner. An 8 unit. Can't do 8, won't let me. Nor the other way around. So have to be a 9 unit there. Flip them to go in the right direction. Fine. Let's take a look at making the flyover first, which is going to be the road that comes off the westbound and heads off the southbound and heads east. That happens. It's hard to measure. I'm going to have to start the other way round. This is, I assume, 20 units away. Yeah, so 20 units back on this side. Be here. Yep. You need to be this point, so it's 5 away from the road and 9 away from that starting point. It's not the starting point. That is... How far away was it? 9 away? Was. That's the point. It'll be 5 away. So that's there. It's not snapping right. Snaps different with a different type of road. So let's try that again. That's 20 units. That's 5 away and 9 up, so that's the point. Let's put a bit of straight in there so we've got something to measure against. Wait, 5 away, that's the right point. That comes out on a curve like that. Snapping's a bit off because this one was 11 units, the other one is 10. Gap should have a... It's got the right grid. No, it's a little off. Interesting. It's not behaving the same, might just because the ground isn't the same evenness or levelness or something. They're not aligned, should they be? It's units away, because that one just isn't. 11, that's why. It's in the correct place, that's fine. So this one is supposed to elevate all the way up in 1. That's 12 units high, I think, so just need to put something it can join into on this end. It looks like 10 units long, but let's check. 12 units long, okay. It's 12 units. Place that too close, that's frustrating. See if that's still close enough to snap onto. Doesn't look like it. No, it's behaving weird. So it needs to come a bit closer, but not too close. It's not well lined up. I'd like to do this the other way around. Something about this junction isn't lining up right. Let's try and do it the other way around. This straight would be the best first bit to build, so what is that's 5 units away from the road. It's located 7 units away from where that joins. Might be able to use that. This. Eleven units from that point. Yeah, I could try that. 11 units away from here. It's there. 5 units away is there, so that's... We need to be up in the air, so let's go this way. Do just set the point. Let's go look at what we actually need to do with it. So from the point I measured was here, right? Yeah, definitely 11 units out and down. So it's where the curve, that point is where the curve meets. That bit's going to be curved, that bit is going to be straight. Let's put the curve in. How many units? Yep, 20 unit curve. Need to take the road underneath away. There's a 20 unit curve. Smooth that support so it's not in the way. Get that road put back in. That'll do. Okay. Back to this flyover so that marker can come out, and we need the correct length. The bit that stays up is your 7 units. Then we descend to the ground over 10 units. I guess we join this one's over 9 units. 10 unit curve, perhaps. A little unsure. That looks best. At least okay. Something about the road looks off to me. I don't know what it is. Can't put my finger on it. Curve doesn't look quite right. This is 3-lane one-way road. That's what we've used over here. Don't know what the issue is. No, these should all be driving this direction. At least fix that, and then need to come back down and join this road. So there's another straight section before the curve, isn't there? That's here. Also 7 units. Then we come down to the ground over 12 units. Join, which is over 9 units. 10 unit curve. Be like that. Yeah, spot on. That's the flyover road done right. So what I wanted to see is what if I change that all over to single lane highway ramp. Need to move some of the supports. If we're joining from a single lane anyway, then it might as well be that. Provided they come off from a single lane. Because if they are here, for example, coming off from both lanes, merging on the flyover, doesn't look like they do. There's no particular bad side to using the 3-lane road. There's 2 lanes that they're not using, but that's not a big deal. I just like the way it looks better. The downside is that it puts pedestrian crossings on it, which there's no 3-lane, no parking, no pavement option, is there? Do it 2-lane with grass. Is that going to look funny? Well, when it goes up the bridge, it just takes the grass away and puts it has a pavement anyway. Trees are the same, it still has a pavement, which is the bit that I want to kind of take away. The only option to take away the pavement is by adding parking. Even that's got... There is no option. Or rather, the only option to take away the pavement is to use the single lane highway road. Which does get rid of the pedestrian crossings, or will when we sort those supports out. No one's actually trying to cross them, so this is just about appearance. some funny looking crossings down there. If you just mix them together. So we use a single lane to come, then it puts the crossing where the change between road types is. That's neither here nor there really, might as well. It's only then that bit of road that we can improve that appearance on, and I don't like mixing it like that. So it's going to be one road type all the way. Let's just do the whole thing so I can take a bigger look at it. We'll need to take the road underneath away to do that. Should be able to just put it back in. Yeah. I like not having the pedestrian crossings. We've got them down here anyway, but either way, I like not having them. Prefer the look of a 3-lane road over a 1-lane road. Prefer the look of the 3 lanes more than I care about the crossings. So there's that decision made. We'll have them like they currently are in the other junctions I've done so far. I'm just missing the tunnel. That's the next bit to put in. So we want to be in line with that. Come out 5 units. Down over the next 12 units. In 7 units on the flat. There we go. 20 unit curve. Brings us in line with that road. 7 units on the flat. Come back up over 12 units. Is that right? 12 units this side as well? No, this side it's 10 units. Come back up over. And then join. I think these were curve of 10 still. Distance of 9, okay. Curve of 10 is that. So that's right. I think this curve might be wrong. It is. Just had that little itch in the back of my mind that I'd not got that number right. Curve of... it's different here. Did this one behave? That ended up being 9 units. Maybe that's just our only option in that kind of a bend. Never mind then, that's fine. So that junction's done. Just need to do this bend properly. Ideally I'll mirror that. So that's good. Take the measuring stick out. Those are all of the roads, they're all flowing in the correct direction. So we just need to do the modding bits. Make sure no traffic lights have appeared anywhere silly. Looks fine. Set the speed limit to 100 on the slip roads. The slip roads. Need to do something. I think we ended up using lane connection, not priorities. It's all the speed limits, I think. So let's just check. It's the roads that join. Oh no, here we've done nothing. Interesting. To come off, what about... Oh, okay, we just done nothing unless... Here we did. Was I just comparing them? I thought I'd decided this is what I wanted to do. Well, I did them here. Maybe I just forgot to do them here. Where the traffic joins the main road, we want to force a clear lane. So traffic approaching, this is northbound. No, southbound. Moves out of the way to allow traffic on. These guys who've stayed in the outside lane, which I think is the first time I've seen them do that, they're gonna... I mean, they'll be fine. They can join whatever lane if no one's coming. We just make sure that it can flow if traffic picks up. Just got to do it and keep an eye on it and see if it behaves the way I want, or if we need to fiddle even more. That's what we've done at the others, so let's do that also on the new one we've just done. Let's present a small issue that we will need to consider, which is how close these junctions are all together. So Park Bridge rejoins Emma Highway just about 10 units before Nancy Avenue pulls them off into the commercial and residential zone. Someone approaching northbound who turns eastbound has to move out of that lane to get out of the way of joining traffic. Which is fine because they can take that lane to come off. The actual problem traffic will be southbound traffic that takes Park Bridge and is heading east, that is not coming off at Nancy Avenue because they are going to move out of that inside lane. Currently they're going to do that under the bridge there. I wonder, like in my head, the way that you make that work is by forcing them out earlier. If we do that... Oh, there is no middle point. Okay, that's different. There is no middle point under the bridge, so they can't change lane there. We're just going to have to watch that. I think we have to watch how that junction behaves before we can decide what the way to fix it is. The other ones are down here. These are further apart, which is... I'm happy to see that. This junction ultimately is also going to move to the south, so we wouldn't necessarily want anything permanent in here. But we could do something with the eastbound traffic going north, but then wants to head east again by joining this flyover to this somehow. I don't think that's necessary at all. While I've got this open, I do want to check traffic lights around town, because I remember last time I had a problem with them switching themselves back on. Doesn't look like they've done it this time. See any active traffic lights? Okay, good, that's fine. I think that's this junction done. In place, all the little fiddly bits finished, so we can unpause. Traffic that was on the old roads just needs to sort itself out, and then we'll see how the flow goes. quite bad to begin with. Look at that. In traffic at the moment, from the looks of it, there's quite a lot of people heading from industrial to residential. Or no, from industrial northbound. I hope that most of the traffic heading from residential to industrial is using the bus system, which uses the dedicated tunnel under here. It did do. It might. No, it doesn't anymore. The green route uses these roads and junctions, which is fine. It can, if it thinks that's the fastest route, then that's fine. Okay, we definitely have a problem here. It is southbound traffic that is coming into industrial is using the outside lane on the way down, then trying to cut across at one point between to use lane 1, then they're moving over to lane 3 again to get out of the way of that traffic. We're going to need to fiddle with the rules here to force these guys to do something more sensible. We want inside lane to go to inside, middle lane to go to middle. So then about forcing this traffic over earlier, which we can't really do. It's a bit of a problem. At the moment, no traffic is actually going southbound. They're moving over there. I mean, I can tell them not to do that, but it just moves the problem to here. I can tell them not to do it there, and it just moves the problem so that they cut across 2 lanes instead of 1. We tell them to do it here. No, because we don't want to force them to do it, because they could be in the outside lane heading all the way down. Just want to tell them here that they can't do that. That makes them behave. No. Need to do the same here as well. Probably make it clear that this one can go ahead. It's not great. Because we also could have encouraged them to turn off from the third to the third somehow. Yeah, all this does is moves the problem down here. It is a problem. Side lane. Just trying to move over here. I mean, we can tell them that they're not allowed to do that. Effect that will have. It's just going to move the problem further along, I guess. This could be the junction where we want them to do it. Because that's what they end up doing. This last opportunity. Here is it, really, isn't it? Those guys have to go to the outside, let's say. Looks like it will minimise. You've then got essentially 2 lanes going. No, 2 to 2 and 2 to 1. The traffic coming over is like that, then it's fine. What's still a problem, which is people on the inside who don't want to come off again. For me, the ideal there would be that they don't join here. You send a road underneath, it joins on the other side, which would be highly unusual. Take them out of the way. The other thing we can do is just send a tunnel that runs all the way underneath this junction entirely. I mean, to me, the fundamental issue is that this distance between the 2 junctions is not long enough for traffic to behave naturally, for the volume of traffic that we've got to behave naturally. So moving this to the south, which we ultimately will do, will naturally improve that. We'll leave everything in place that I've just done. I'm not sure it's solving the problem. It's better at this minute, so why not? What's going on here? Lost a business. Demand is growing for industry and not for other things, so that is definitely the next requirement. Just check all of our service provision. Power is good. Water is good. Garbage processing is good. Healthcare availability is good, though average health is low. Auditorium availability is good. Childcare, not amazing, but okay. I mean, they could be moved. Just simply move to a different road that kind of improve the distance down the residential area that they cover. Elder care is not great, but there's no sick seniors, so it doesn't particularly matter. Coverage of the areas is good, so that's fine as far as I'm concerned. Fire safety seems fine. Everyone's kind of blue. There's a little patch there, the furthest from those 2 points. Move them to the other sides. That coverage would improve, I think. A traffic issue there. Jail capacity is good and crime rate is low. Coverage looks good. Education availability is... everything is covered, it's good. Actual education is taking time. Always does. Any problems there? Public transport is in need of reworking. More stops, I think. We've kind of got like 1 stop covering 2 cells, or even 3 in some places, and yeah, 1.5 in the industrial maybe, or kind of 1. Industrial looks good actually, the coverage there. Just want another row on the last road, I think, of that purple line. Do wonder if we'll... Not an overload of people here. I thought there might be... This is where the kind of interchange is. Seems to be flowing fine. I don't know about the metro really. It's a small loop that just takes people into university. We should put some more stops on that route somewhere. It's only going to need to come further down. That'll be a challenge. Won't be able to do a simple circle anymore. No particular rush on that. Leisure coverage is not good. Parks don't cover I mean, these are commercial buildings, but they still, I guess, they still want arcs. Might need to put them down the outside as well. We could put some on the actual outside of the whole grid system. It's an option, especially if we improve public transport. Park next to the high school could be good. So even those central ones are not particularly well covered. It's something to bear in mind, really. Symbols. Dead person awaiting transport. Toriums are here. Just all of the vehicles are in use. Capacity is fine, but I don't think that's an issue. This is a traffic problem, but doesn't look like it. I think it's all good. There was... I mean, there's a traffic issue here, we know about that. It's the closest junction. The distance from this junction to this junction is not long enough to handle it. I guess. Don't think there's much to be done for that. Can't encourage them up to the next... this whole... at least this quarter. Probably half of that, those blocks. Maybe even half of these, or this side. This is the closest junction for them, so most traffic is going to come through that as compares to the other junctions here. The only way I can think of to reduce the traffic coming in there is to have the traffic come in from a northerly direction as well onto our ring road, which will particularly be possible when we add more industrial grid here. But now I think we just have to deal with it. Here there's trouble simply because all of the traffic heading out of town from this quarter needs to cross at that junction. We could improve that by forcing the inbound traffic up a block. Right turn only. So the problem with doing that is it then makes this block probably going to use this entrance, because coming in there and driving along will be quicker than going up and down. Not according to that guy. Other traffic can still cause a problem, for example eastbound heading north, but no one should really be doing that trip. The traffic here is predominantly trucks coming from off map, delivering to a business and leaving off map again. May have made that worse by doing this. It's not unrealistic. I think pretty much every town that exists has a junction that behaves like this, where it's particularly at rush hour, the traffic just crawls along. It's not really stopping. A little bit, but not badly. Still flows. There's not really any traffic that comes around this section of the ring road, so not causing any problems. To see where this traffic came from, rather than where it's going or where it is. I don't see any trucks entering on this west junction heading to the southeast. So I think that's fine. We'll make that junction flow better for outbound traffic coming from the north. Then again, I'm not sure the traffic issue we had there was significant enough to warrant changing it. See what happens if I remove it. Does cause them minor issue. I mean, other options to bypass it are to go under a tunnel down here, under that road, and pop back up here. Which would be messy and unnecessary, I think. It looks a little silly, but it's not really an issue, I don't think. Not compared to that. Just tailing back all the way through the tunnel. Or what we ended up with here. It appears to be flying very freely now. It's good to see. Okay, so next step. I mean, short-term goal is to buy this square. Buying that square requires us to reach 36,000. It's another 11,000 people. We're definitely going to need the industry to do that. Going to need put the industry in here, extend the residential. I'm not going to bother using that fertile ground for agriculture. We'll just build the residential over the top of it. Kind of want to put another junction like this section between this and the next set of residential. Doing 5x5 every time, or if there's the odd bit at the end, we might take those out. How much room have we got above then? This is all 6-lane road, isn't it? So we need to put in this section, which is 15 units. Although I did also think about fixing that, because ideally that would be 20 units across to get these roads lined up. So let's work on that basis in the north one, and then perhaps rebuild the entirety of Brook Heights. Sounds painful, but I would be happier if the grid's aligned. So it's a 5x5 grid, and then 20, and then the gap. So this would be 20 up. Then the gap of 20, and then you'd have this whole distance again, so that is 140 units from here. Won't fit in the space available. We can't really move that road anywhere else, that's going to live there. Other options are we do the 5x5 grid and then join this road. It's close but not quite enough space. If we did that, how would it be? We'd have 5x5, which is the 100 units, and then 26 units to join, so 100 units up. More than enough space, we can do that. Not sure that's enough. In particular, if the junction was there, it's very close to this junction. Which I don't think will work well. Another one like that in the middle. Another one like that. Ah, that's interesting. Okay. Another one like that in the middle here. One like that joining there. So that bit might need redoing, which is going to be awkward. Might need that square as well. Just a really funny bit of wiggly road at the top. Okay, so if we're going to join from that side, we do need to have something like this, and this is the best spot to put that in. Does mean that the extra junction coming in, which will be here, is going to end up quite close to this. Probably too close. So that road, that junction there, happens 33 units from that road, which is this one here. And here we'll have that same issue that we've had just in that junction slightly to the south. That distance here to here is not going to be wide enough. To mix the traffic. So this is both east and westbound that's coming along the top. Some of it heading southbound and some of it coming off into this residential area. Don't think there's anything to be done for it. It's going to be too close, it's just going to be too close. Reduce traffic in general somehow. I mean, we can put four-way junction that goes to the new industrial area to the residential. Reduce the traffic. I'm not sure by how much it would, but again, if I'd spaced all that out properly, we could have done a four-way junction here, which we could rebuild it all. I suppose this is what I feel is different between Cities and the other two games that I'm playing at the moment, is it doesn't feel like you can just tear stuff down and rebuild it. Certainly in Factorio and in Anno, I feel like you can tear a whole lot out and redo it. And in Anno, I suppose you need need some cash reserves if you're going to do that, but you'll be fine. In Factorio, you can just do it. In Cities, if I was to try and move all of Brook Heights down by 5 units, I would lose a lot of population that could cause a full collapse. Don't have enough population, your businesses start to fail, You can't get them up and running again quickly enough. I don't know. Just not sure at what point it's safe and whether we're at that point. As we could be, as far as I know. Ideally, I'd like to move Brook Heights down 5 units. And in a perfect world, that entire industrial sector down to line up with this road. So that this junction could become 4-way. Then again, the traffic we saw on the previous 4-way junction was horrific. Wouldn't flow at all like what we're managing to achieve with these 3-way junctions, even if we get this traffic that's switching, crossing over each other. And there is a solution to that. I think working with the 3-way junctions is the better way. The solution is just to run another row of highway. It would go there. These guys would be able to join it if they wanted, and then join onto this up here. So our junction isn't currently perfect for that because this is 3 units away and the other one is 5 units away. But we can change that. There's enough space to change that. And then again, it'd be best if they were all 4 units, because that one is 4 units. We would want that one to be 4 units. For them to join on the straight, but have the option to cut into this lane. And the option to come off here, but most of the traffic will just run up there. That would be lovely. We just need to redo all of the junctions. But we don't need to move the industrial zone if we stick to three-way junctions. Join how they're joining now. I do want to move Brook Heights down, but it's not a priority at the moment. Priority at the moment is to get more industry in, which means lining up where we're going to put the top one, getting that happy. I want it obviously to line up with this one, and I want that distance across here to be based on the 10-cell grid. Which is more issue with that is these roads, the highways, they're not 10 cells. Not sure what they are. Let's find a spare bit I can build on a grid at. That's okay, so one road is like here. It's there, and that's 4 units apart. 8 units in that direction. That's what they are, they're 8 units. Not far off 10, is it? That's 10 units. Interesting. Interesting. This distance from here to here I don't think is... Actually it is. We put the next one in without a gap between them. It fits on the grid. 30 units away. That's excellent. I don't think that was by design, I think that's completely random. So... This one is not though, is it? No. Actually want to move that ring road out. Would also mean if we are, for example, putting the highway in between these two, my preferred spot would be without a gap. Look at that. Makes for awkward junctions. It's probably not how we'll do actually that bit. But at the moment is 20 units onto that road. 10 units away from that is there. We can measure with this, can't we? 20 units to reach there. 14 units to reach there. So another 6 units. That's where the grid is. Gently sloping hill isn't going to be helpful either. Never mind. So yeah, that just means that this junction is not evenly spaced, doesn't it? It means this distance is 11 units and this is 6, or 16 is probably what we'd go with. Right, 16 would be push out another block. Because ideally we want to move this, and we don't. I mean, we could move them closer, I guess. Instead of 6 and 11, that's an odd number. That doesn't work. That one's in the wrong place. Distance from there to there is 9 units, so the distance from there to there should be 9 units, not 10. That's 8, that's wrong as well. That's 9 units, that's 9 units, so that's 11 and that's 7, so ideally they'd both be 9. Which means moving the entire ring road, shrinking it 2 units. It can be done. We do it on the loop in the top first, then we can fix the one at the bottom after. This whole junction will need to move up when we do that. Frustration, but we're in no rush. There's nothing else really going on in the city other than building roads. I'm facing the right way. So that being the case, let's say we do shrink the ring road in. We're going to be using that outer boundary road. How far are we going to want to go? I mean, same size makes it easy because we know where the junctions will be. What is that? That's 6 by, so 4 across 6 high. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not bad at all. This distance, I'm thinking. Another junction like that here. Again, they'll be too close. But put a junction like that here and it's going to fit. In fact, what we'll have is a junction like that here and here. Which is going to look funny, but I believe there's enough distance for it. So from that point to there is 44. So if we've got 88, just, which means it won't fit because the highway road's going to be 10 away, so that's going to be 14 away. From here, 14 is where the outer road will do. Right. It's 10 units to that road from here. No, it's looking at the wrong number. It's currently 24 away, so it's going to be 22 away. Didn't look too close. Which means we would need the 88 from here, right? No. We then have that road. If it's behind it. Need the 88 from just behind here. There-ish. We've got 78. Moving. Need that. Sure, there's some way of doing it in a if you're doing two and they're mirrored, doing it in a restricted, in a tighter space. Essentially, it's the mirror of these two junctions, so you can. These are currently 20 unit curves. These are quite tight curves. Not sure how much tighter you can make them before the speed is affected. It's they're coming down here at 100 and they're taking this corner at 100, not slowing down at all. Some bits of road somewhere and send some traffic down to C, I guess. What was this? I was talking about moving this away as well. I mean, this was a 17, I think. Yeah. I was talking about shrinking that to a 15 anyway. About a 10. Let's take an example and take a look at it. It's a 17, so send it forward 7 first. Into a 10 unit corner. Rejoin it. Turn them the right way around. Sure, the speed limit's at 100. Do they go full speed around that corner? Looks like it. Does it tell me how fast they're going anywhere? Really? No. Here's how they slow down here. And more than they do at that corner. Do at that point. Yeah, that's interesting. They don't slow down around a 10 unit corner. Maybe redesigning all of these to make them a tighter fit. They slow down quite badly at this fit. So they slowing down. Does that mean they slow down here? No. It's very smooth. Nor at that one. Coming off. So it's this junction, isn't it? They don't slow down. This, well, they do. Looks like they do. Vaguely looks like some of them do. Not sure about that. What's the equivalent? It's this one. They don't seem to do there, which is funny because this is an uphill one. No, so is there something different about this one? It looks... well, it looks different because it's uphill, I suppose. Interesting. Anyway, not terribly important now. I'm going to leave that how it is as a... in case I forget and need to prove it to myself later that the 10 unit corner is acceptable. So if we change that three-way junction everywhere into a tighter fit, then we'll be able to fit one in here. Hopefully without any issues. Okay, so that's where the grid's going to go. Let's fill in that grid. Wrong. I did. Okay, it's just a little bit too far north. Snap point is place. It's better. Okay, so that's the grid that the next industrial area is going to go on. These points, this is going to be different, isn't it? It's 34 at the moment. We're moving the road in by 2 units, did I say? Yeah. So it's going to become 32 units where those junctions go, which is this corner. Corner. Then, yeah, this one's shared and that one's going to be where it joins, so that's going to be the same as down there. Good. Let's not forget water pipes, because I usually do. So let's run them up this road. And fill that grid in too. They will have water. We'll need more water supply for it, but at least they've got the connection. Might do another connection. We'll do that when we sort out the grid on this side, maybe. Yeah, we'll sort that out first. That is some random pipe work we no longer need. So take that away. Keep things tidy. Cemetery coverage is an issue again, so let's put extra crematoriums in. What's gone on here? What? Ah, that high school's not mirrored, of course. Let's move it so that it is. There, I think, isn't it? No. It's there. Then... oh, these are mirrored, but not how I thought they were. We can afford the extra services, so might as well make sure there's no one complaining about the dead bodies. Okay, so that's the internal grid. We need to make the ring road, but it's not like the one beneath, it's different. 18 units instead of 20. That's what I had in my head. These are also facing the wrong way. Straight to the corner and then, yeah, then around. Okay. Is that, I assume, a 20 unit corner? Ah, internal one. Internal one is 20 units. External one is obviously going to be more than that. Gives me a snap, doesn't it? I've made a mistake. The ring road is elevated. Just 12 units, I think. Yeah. Flipped around the wrong way again, haven't I? That's better. Keep the unit elevated corner. Need the corner to move that. Usually should give a snap point. Ah, there it is. 24 units is snap. Interesting. They're wrong. 20 across and 20 down is not in line with that road. Ah, because that road is... This road is not 20 away because I'm moving... I'm going to be moving that in. Did say I can't copy the one below, didn't I? This needs to be an 18 unit internal corner. Should make the outside one 22. Looks right. Good. Should line up with that corner now, which it does. When we reach this end, it should line up with this corner. Perfect. Do I want to... I mean, the supports are all fine. I could force them into the right spots to look pretty like I did over here. That's not necessary. We can redo them when we do the junctions anyway if we need to. Let's do this core as well then. So 18 units. $22. It's lined up. Perfect. Good, so then we just need to work out how they actually join here. Oh, that's a good question actually. Because they're far too close to these junctions to do anything. Interesting. It's a head scratcher, that. Very few people actually use this junction Would we kind of remove the outside curve here so the counterclockwise bottom loop joins the clockwise top loop somehow? It's an interesting one. For what kind of junction? I mean, it would be a three-way. It would be, you know, like one of these ones, really. We'd need a bit that goes under and a bit that goes over, and, you know, like this one here, which we yeah, absolutely don't have space for. The only other one is to remove this. The only other option is to remove this one. In which case we could move that whole block down, but I think I'll leave it in. The little gap between the oil and the non-oil. We could put some kind of services in the middle there, like the waste removal, and then our tunnel could go in. Don't necessarily want the tunnel connecting there permanently. We may well do that. No point in doing it now until we actually put some industry in there, but we'll remove this. We'll have a single ring road that goes around the whole lot. I think. Okay. So that's the grid. That's as much of that road as we can do at the moment. Got to put the junctions in. I think I'd like to start by doing the top one and joining it. So yeah, we will start with this. But before we do that, I'm just going to take a quick 2-3 minute break. Top the drink up. Stretch the legs, everything like that. If you've been sat down staring at your screen for as long as I have, then I recommend you also stretch your legs a bit. Keep them healthy. Just leave the city running, making money while we're away. Don't particularly need it, but won't hurt. As long as nothing burns down without me. And then we'll continue. If you are sitting there in chat and you're having fun watching what's going on, then do consider clicking the follow button so you can come back and join us for more cities and other building games in the future. Be much appreciated. Like I say, yeah, just 2-3 minutes and we'll be continuing with all these roadworks. I'll see you then. Hello there, I am back from the brief break and ready to tackle more roads. Let's take a look. So this is the junction that we're going to try and copy. So it's similar to the other one, but there's one tunnel, no flyover. This one just goes under. Start with that. Let's remember the measurements won't be exactly the same because we're moving these roads. In fact, on that basis I might build this one freehand at the top here and then copy it down to the bottom one after. It might be best. So flip upside down, we're going to be approaching from this direction. We want highways that are spaced across that middle point. So if there were a road there... It's too far out, isn't it? Doesn't help us measure. Neither does that, that's annoying. Are we getting any snaps? That'd help. I could build a little road in. Snap the highway on the edge of it. Not because I don't think that's the right... No, it's definitely not the right. Have to build it over from here then, I guess. That one in, and then it's the centre point, so we want to be 2 units right of there, which is 8 units left of here, so it's there. And this one there. Should be southbound on the right. We've got. Good. Okay. That's where they're going to be. We want to come off and go to the right and cut under to go to the left. Using the 3-lane roads. I want corners to be as tight as I can without losing speed, which, because I still don't really know. Like 10 is fine, but is 8 okay? Sure. HUI Streams, thank you very much for raiding in. Lovely to see you. You were playing City Skylines as well. Hope you had a fun time. Welcome raiders as well. I'm Wormslayer. Nice to see you. Hi Alizara, nice to see you again. We are building roads at the moment. City is functional, very much, doing well. But we need more industry, and this little Belmont Heights sector is full, so I'm working out the next grid to fit more industry in, and how we're going to connect those roads into the network. So you'll hear me mumbling lots of numbers of how many units apart things are supposed to be, going a bit crazy. Hey, nice to see you. What's happened? So I set up my little worm bot, and he's done his shout out like he's supposed to let us know what you were up to. And then the link has been removed. Is that... Might have fixed that. We'll find out in the future. You're trying out your raiding, were you? Are you new to streaming then, or have you been streaming for a while? First raid, congratulations! It worked, it did. I can see it on all my little screens. Stream for a few weeks. Had a chat. Yeah, Anazara's been here before. No, great. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys. Stream for a few weeks, that's cool. Me too, actually. How long have I been going? It's about 3 weeks, I think. Not long. How am I today? I'm good today. I'm just getting used to, well, streaming, I guess, because I'm doing it full time. Not got any other work, and until the end of November, or middle of November it was. I was just used to like working, not 9 to 5, it was 8 till 4, but like leaving the house in the morning and going to a workplace, and now that I don't do that, it's just a bit weird. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but it just feels a bit weird to not have that kind of routine and to have to kind of build it myself. But I'm good, I'm feeling good about it. Thank you for the follow. Is it Huey, or I mean, how do you want to be called? HUI? By the way, appreciate it. Around as well. No, I can't either. I know what you, I know of people who they're like talking 5 chats at the same time or something. I can't keep track of that. One's enough. Huey, yeah, cool. How long am I playing? So cool. This is maybe 10 hours into this city, 10 to 12. This is the most I've played it. I've done, like, tried to get into it before and done maybe like an hour or 2 here and there, and then things haven't quite worked right and I've got quite confused by it. But this time I really stuck with it. Got through that kind of initial bit with a messy city, and then started to grow it out into this grid system that I prefer. And so this, I would say, is the first time that I'm properly playing it. No idea what I'm doing, what I'm supposed to be doing. I just follow the little bars vaguely. I've got this idea of a grid-based system that I'm expanding on, bit by bit. But, you know, it's a chill game. You just do what you want, don't you, and take it easy. Luxury, you can't decide who to watch. Yeah, I'm lucky sometimes in that regard. I've got 3 screens in front of me, so I can watch 3 people at the same time. But likewise, I can't talk to 3 people at the same time, or 3 groups of people, I suppose. Traffic interchange, yeah, because you've got the default ones here, right? Like the cloverleaf, the 3-way, and obviously roundabouts, which I haven't been using. But this default 3-way is like, it's really slow. I found it. We had like serious traffic issues with the volume of people coming into our industrial zone, our oil zone. So I had to kind of make my own. So I just kind of expanded on that default one. But I had to work, like, everything's a mirror of itself, and precise distances and everything. You'll see that in every game I play. Everything's in neat grids and perfect corners and stuff like that. Just how I like it. Make it up as you go along. Yeah, it seems to have worked out okay. got over that initial bit where like sometimes your city can collapse, and I think I'm past that, so we can just take it chill. 2 hours building a pedestrian street system. Actually, weirdly, sounds like fun. Yeah, we've been going, what, hour and 3/4 now, and we've just been doing, yeah, intersections and roads and stuff. Still want to know what the tightest corner is you can do without slowing people down. So I tried this one at 10 units. I'm going to try it again. Even tighter than that. Well, you say that. I'll show you in a second some of the issues that we're having with traffic, because it's not perfect. So this was one big smooth one. It was 17. So if we go forward 9, we'll be able to do a 8-unit corner, then a straight section. Make sure they're going the right direction. Here, we got to go. Thank you very much. Thank you for dropping by, Hugh. Really appreciate the raid and the follow, and well, hopefully I'll be able to come check you out sometime. We look forward to that. Have a good day. That definitely doesn't work. They are slowing down, so 8 units is too tight. Ah, no. They're slowing down because I haven't used the mod to change the limit. If they're allowed to go 100, they might go faster. Looks like they're slowing down. No, I think that was just them being silly. They come in at 100. They keep going 100, yep. Okay. Can we go even tighter? Was... Can't take a road just 2 units forward, can I? Well, let's go crazy and try a 4-unit corner. I measured something wrong there? Again. To try, so it was a 17 and I want to try 3-unit corner. We want to go to 14. 3-unit corner. Doesn't line up as good. It's interesting. Pretty sure. No, it won't even let me flip it around. It doesn't like that at all. So let's not do a 3-unit corner. Let's try coming to 13 and doing a 4-unit corner. See how quickly they can do that one. And once again I forget. They go faster if they're allowed to go faster. They are definitely slowing down. I'm sure of it. Hard to tell. Yeah, that guy. Okay, so 4-unit corner, they definitely slow down. 8-unit corner, they don't. So let's split the difference. See if we can do 6 unit corner without them slowing down. Don't know how much this is affected by my mods. It could be that in a purely vanilla game they traffic behaves differently. Feels like the kind of thing I ought to just be able to Google, but still, we'll know the answer soon. They are slowing down. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Okay. So an 8 unit corner is the tightest curve I want to do. Put this one back how it's supposed to be and then go look at that next intersection that we're building. What's a wonder about, so these junctions here are kind of minimal distance, like 3 units away and then curving into it. Happens if we come more than 3 units away. Does that make it easier or harder? If we do 5, it looks pretty good. We do 8. That doesn't look bad either. Nice, with 8 units they won't slow down. It looks like it's hard to tell. I can't, like, I'm not aware of any way I can look at the actual speed that a car is going. But it seems like they do that whole curve without slowing. So if they're doing 100 coming in, they do 100 the whole way through, I think. Yeah, sharp curves slow. And obviously like any actual intersection, like a here where they've got, well here there they've got traffic lights, which I don't want, but even though the 2 roads are at the same speed, when they're at that angle they slow to go round, which I have wondered what would happen if I use the mod to make the entire grid system go at 100 kilometers an hour. But I don't want to be too unrealistic with things. That's 8 units out. You come like 20 units out, you get a really nice 45-degree angle, which is of course very unrealistic because traffic approaching from this angle can't see what they're joining. That's kind of the same with the 5 gap. What's the smallest gap we can do? If we just come out 3, that's the minimum, that's what we've got at the moment. Makes it difficult to make the joins in the first place. He doesn't want to do it at all. Oh, looks okay. Doesn't look great the more I look at it, but then that's what we've got. That is a crazy piece of road, but okay. Okay, let's think what would be... That's a gap of 5, isn't it? And these are... Ah, those have been done differently. This is what I'm looking at. Four units. Both cases, but I'm pretty sure this is 3 units. Might be why that's behaving a little weird. This, I think, is 5 further. I would like to work with 4 units. So we're going to have an 8-unit curve that ends 4 units away from that road. Which means we need to start 12 units away. So there. This is where we put the 8-unit curve in. Do descend, go up first and then join. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's go up over the course of 10 units and then join. So that's an 11-unit arc over a 10-unit distance. Yeah. It looks best to me personally. They go and then in they go. That'll do. I'm happy enough with that. Let's make the mirror of it. Unit curve. 10 units up. And join. Flip the direction on that one. Then really I want, I've got a 10 unit section there, I want a 10 unit section before it turns back into highway. Like that. Take that a little bit further just so we can work on it. Okay. Now we need to pull off the road here that's going to go under. Have I done something crazy? I have. These are the ones that want to pull off. Okay. Those ones want to go under. Makes most sense. I still can... no, the problem with, so like pulling a road over and going under is one of them needs to be tunnelled, the other on the surface. So I need these out of the way. So these do need to be different. I want to be 4 units away. Complicated. It's going to be 4 units away and it's going to join there. That's fine. I want this section to take it up. Won't give us a good snap. Okay, 4 units away is there. But in the air, that won't let us join at that angle. But it will at that angle. Don't want to put it like that because it's telling me the outside angle is 178 degrees. That means the inside is 181, which means they're not curving in a single direction. It'll kink outwards. So one further up, which is 10 unit arc or a 9 unit distance, puts the inside angle under 180, so it won't kink outwards. But I would not want to drive on that in real life. Wow. No, I'm not happy with that. So what we want to do is start up there and come down over the 10 units. 4 units away, and then that. Units would be there. That still gives us a nice angle like that. That's better, definitely. Then 1 tower, 8 unit corner. Then, I mean, could just join it. To make it properly mirrored, we'd have a straight section for 10 units. Join it at there. Yeah. That's best, I think. To make it all kind of equal. Okay, so let's take this away. Do the mirror of that on the other side. So it's from there, it's where we go up. That joins there at a good angle. This is our 8 unit corner. 10 units straight. Join over 10 units. Yeah, perfect. So that half, this lot needs to go under, so again, we're doing 8 units in general. I'd like to do 8 everywhere, I think. The alternative would be to do one that's equally distanced from here, so you'd do a 12 unit corner and it would... They're not going to share the apex line because we've also got to get to the other side of the freeway. If they're not going to share that line, there's not a lot of point in doing it. I'd like to look at it though. So say we're doing a 12 unit curve and we want to finish 4 units away. We want to start at 8 units this side, so there. So we do a 12 unit curve like that. We go up over 10 units and join in a perfect mirror. And face the right direction. No, what's gone wrong there? Ah, there. It's the wrong one. That one goes the other direction. But I do like making it a 12 unit corner. Just changes how much we have up or down. It's on the surface. So that gap, which is 4 units, so that needs to come forward 4. Then we do the 12 unit curve. Which we need to take that support out of the way. We need to take that support out of the way. I might use an 8 unit curve instead. 8 units there. It's not... That's that, isn't it? That's that, 18 units, and there's that. It's 24 units, so it's not Not even either side, whatever we do. So might as well do the 8-unit corner. And the apex is there. It doesn't line up, and it won't line up either way. So yes, we will use the 8-unit corner, which means I need to be 4 units away from there when we start it, which is, of course, underneath that road. Facing the right way, so come off the head down over 10 units. Stretch there, 8-unit corner, a longer stretch there. Guess kind of want that to be the same distance. Corner ends there. That is 18 units. So 18 units from the end of the corner. It's going to be hard to find with all these stat points. There. Yep. That's where I want the freeway to start. The mirror of that, first thing it does is goes down over 10 units. That. Wrong road type. Then we'll take it forward to line up to do the 8-unit corner. Then it's got that 8 units to get back to the surface. That's not ideal. 8 units is enough. Use the right tool. Don't think there's any alternative to that because that's right where the corner ends. Yeah, it'll have to be. And then it's got 10 units to get up to 12 meters high. The only alternative option would be to do 9 and 9 instead of 8 and 10, but this 10 unit ramp is the same as that one, which I like. And that needs to join like so. Just need to rebuild the bit we took out. Ah, okay. To force the support to be that place. That is that junction. Good. Need to check there's no silly traffic lights. There are not. Set the speed limit all the way across to 100 kilometers an hour. The ground as well. Looks like it. Then we need to use lane connection to do the thing I've been doing here to force a clear lane. Keep things flowing. This is the last joining one. Okay. That junction is done. Let's take up more space than I thought it would. You've got that road to where it kind of starts. 36 units. So from that same point, 36 units up. Just enough space to join that road. It's going to be slightly off the grid as I move that entire road down. And I need to redo this junction slightly anyway, so we could move that entire road down by 2 units, I think it is. Now that's also based on that one joining at this point, so we'd have this offshoot coming on and an offshoot immediately coming off, which we've not had to deal with before, but it will change how we lay out this bit specifically. Not really sure how we're going to do it. I guess if we get everything into place, then we do it. So we'll have to pause, clear out a whole bunch of this road. First highway is 32 units from that point. Grand. There. Like so. This one is different because that's on the ground. Hopefully we've got enough room for the tunnel we're going to need before the river. Should do. So the distance between the first road and where it stops is 18 units. Is there. So we should now be able to take... actually we do these different as well, don't we? It's the outside that goes under. We need to think about that for a second because... So in this case, the road that comes off to the right goes westbound. That's fine. I don't really know where the majority of outbound traffic is going to be going because so we're going to have a bit that comes off here 4 units away. This junction will be an absolute nightmare, so we also want an opportunity for these guys to go straight on. It wouldn't necessarily look like that, but we want the majority of traffic to take the bypass. So if the majority of traffic is heading eastbound when it exits the industrial zone, then we would want the road that comes off to head eastbound, which would be different to how we've done this junction, but more similar to how we've done this one. If the majority of traffic is heading off map, I think it is. Then we would want, well, I'm probably overthinking it. It probably doesn't matter at all. Let's go with how we've done this type. In which case, this road goes, so we're 18 units away now. To finish 14 units away. So we need to go forward 6, then do our 8 unit curve. That should leave us 4 units from the road, it does. We want to go forward 6 to match that, and join over at the furthest point before the angle flips, so that's there. Other side, 6 units forward, an 8 unit corner, 6 units forward and join, like so. Road facing the right way. It's, I think, the best option. It's ever so slightly smaller than this junction, barely. But there we go, interesting at least. So this one that looks cut off is going, well, let's say under, because we'll have more space for the tunnel heading westbound than we do heading eastbound. This is going under. Doesn't really matter, it can go forward. Would change that point slightly. I don't want to go under and well, I want to do over 10 ideally, or more. 4 away, I know that much. We're doing an 8 unit corner. It starts there, so we've got a long distance to get down at. It's even 12 units away. There is 10. So we kind of want to be already under it. Well, we need to already be under at that point because the road is there. I don't think we can... No, it won't go under that one. So 10 units this way. 8 units to be at the same point as that one. That makes sense to me. Problem with going down over 8 units is the other side we can't go up over 8. We go start at the same point, we go down over 10. Then it's 8 units forward. Won't let us do that. Why not? Ah, because it's trying to snap. It's going to try and snap no matter what I do. Unless I take that road away. That is down over 10 units, forward 8, corner of 8. Then mirror would be forward 8, up over 10. And join, but that's not right. So that distance 6. That's not enough to come back up over. So what if we immediately come back up over 10? We do have space, that's good to see. I kind of just want to line up with that, whatever that is, forward 4 units and join. It's mirrored then. Bit of a funny lump because of the height of the land, but I don't think there's any gravity to worry about in the game, so that's fine. And this end we're joining at that point the furthest before 90 angle. I just redo that. Double check. Yeah, that is the point. So that's the one going under. Now we do the one going over. to that point. That does not work because I'd be trying to put a support where that road is before doing the 8-unit corner. So that does not work. Corner needs to be done over the 16, I guess. For some reason that says 17, that's concerning. That point, 4 units away, we want to go up to there. Give a 16-unit corner. That would be best. Clear all that road out of the way while we fix this up. 16-unit corner to take us the full curve. It's going to make it slightly awkward. That won't be able to come up so quickly. So fine. Let's do the ideal then. Down over 10 and join. So same here, joining get there. Get that whole road facing the right direction. Redo the tunnel. Still want to head down to that point and then do a 16-unit corner instead. 10 units to come back to the surface and then join west angle. So it means we're not mirrored to the exit opposite, which we weren't here anyway. Closer than they were. So the whole junction is a lot tighter than it was. So that's fine. I'll deal with that. That support is going to need moving. Let's go this way. There, hopefully. To the right. There we go. That is that junction done as well, or the road's laid. It's all a mirror of that, which is different because it's an elevated ring road. So that's fine. That's fine, I'm happy with that. So let's finish off the junction with the mod tools, especially the speed limit. Good. And missed one. Looks like all of them. Lane connector for the junctions where people join, so that's going to move over to let that in. Which creates a very awkward point. Speed limits affect the road. Yes, they know the route that they take, which is why I was hoping that a ring road would work. If they're doing, I think it's 60 on the inside and 100 around the outside, they should take a closer exit rather than coming off early and trying to go through town. Because I was having a major traffic issue with the volume of traffic trying to get through the town. Especially like because I'm building on a grid system, there's a lot of intersections. So the immediate problem that we've got are people heading eastbound on Linden Highway. They come off on Cook Highway heading south, and they want to go counterclockwise around the ring road. They're going to be forced out of that lane to the middle lane and then want to cut back and come off here. Meanwhile, people coming over Garnet Bridge that want to head in the other direction are going to be crossing them here. People that come on just to come off, we can fix by sending them directly. It's the crisscross that's going to happen. The only way to avoid that is to take Garnet Bridge and send it under somewhere. Simply forbid them from doing it. Might mean traffic that would take this exit takes this one instead, goes down that middle road. It's not ideal, but it could be acceptable. Probably more acceptable than the mess we will get here. I'll just leave it how it is for now, just so we can see how bad of a mess it makes. Need to reconnect at this end. It's going to be pretty awkward. It's not too bad. These. The one part of the map where I can't build in perfect lines is where you join the pre-existing roads. It's not a bad curve. That could be okay. Doesn't look too bad. If it kinks too sharply, then it slows people down, which can cause permanent traffic jam. That looks okay to me. Okay, that is now a new industrial area joined to the main arteries. So we need to reconnect this end. And I want to redo this junction anyway, so we destroy all of that. Yeah, bye-bye road, yeah. If I connect this temporarily, that all needs to move a little bit as well, like a tiny bit. Sort that out in a while as well. I can unpause because all the traffic can just use our ring road. I guess lets us continue to make money while I work on things. Not that we need it, got 1.5 million. That'll last us a while, I'm sure. So this road, I think I saw was in the correct place already. 33 units away. That doesn't sound right. How far should it be? It's 18. 28 would be okay. 23 would be okay. 33 would be okay. It's just on a half grid instead of a full one. So we could do with moving all of that 5 units to the left. Unless I'm crazy. I mean, I am crazy, but unless I'm wrong about this. Don't know why traffic's still joining that road, actually. If we move that entire road over, this is not important. The artery road doesn't need to be perfectly spaced, it just needs to be on the grid, which it is. Just on the half rather than the full is acceptable to me. And we could move it over so it's more central between the residential and the industrial. Might improve this junction. Not that we've currently got a problem there. It would be right, but what's the other side? That's another thing to factor in. It's 86 units from that side. That doesn't... That sounds worse. Point is that they should be central in a 10 unit block, so we bring the 10 unit block up here. Better done with this kind of road, I think. Block ends not even straight. There goes to there. So no, they are not central at that point, but down here they are. I mean, they're over to the left instead. So that road is not equidistant all the way up. No, it's not. But it was straight when I put it there. It is not worth trying to work out what's happened there. So all we're going to do is leave them where they are. Put a junction that looks exactly like that here. Wrong road. So that should end 27 units away from the road. $18 units. It's not going to snap. Road is gone off grid. I assume it's to do with the ground not being flat. Can I get it snapped onto this one? Not really. 15, so it's just there. 18 units, yep. Okay. So the inside ones are the easiest. 6 units up, 8 unit corner. Do the same the other end, so yeah, 6 units up, an 8 unit corner, 6 units along, and join at the best angle. Same on the other direction. Which one goes under doesn't really matter, might as well do the same, so the one on the right is going to go under. It starts, should be 9 units from that point. That doesn't sound right. 4 units away, and then the best angle is what it needs to be, which is 9 units away. You head down over 10 units. It's the wrong angle. That should be right. And then that was a 16 unit corner, wasn't it? I remember. Right. Over 10 units. Should be 4 units, says it is. Fine then. And they just immediately join at the best angle. Okay. She's there. Good. Next one is going up, so 4 units away. So we start going up over 10 units. That needs to join. So 16 unit corner. Down over 10 and then join. Bit of a shorter join on that for whatever reason. That support needs moving over. See if that works. That road back in. Ah, that support needs moving over. That didn't happen. That side. Why is that? No idea. Move it out of the way either way. A little further to the right. Interesting that people are using this already. Just going in the wrong direction. Fix when you've got road underneath it. For whatever reason. That's going the right direction. Put that road back in. Set the speed limits. Good. Be all of it. I should stop them from slowing down on the main road. Yeah, good. Okay. To do the lane connecty thing where they join. I suppose we've got no way of discouraging people from using the ring road when they don't need to. It's not the end of the world. I mean, it's people who are coming at one off-map point and going to the other. It's just not too many people. So that is all fine. We need to rejoin this end because I moved them. Possible with very small wiggle is needed. This wasn't great on that side. That would be better, I think. Even harder to tell when it's raining. Never mind. They look okay. It is back in place. Hopefully everyone's happy. There's a traffic jam, but okay. Take to avoid this traffic jam is for guys joining to use the middle lane instead. No, the issue is the middle lane. Okay. Nothing can be done to avoid that. It's just where two streams of traffic are crossing each other. People on the top lane want to come in and people on the bottom lane want to go out. Especially in this space, I think the only way to avoid that would be to send a part of Park Bridge underground all the way and out the other side, but the real way, I suppose, is to send a lane under that joins from the other side of the road. We haven't left enough space between the two directions to do that. I don't particularly want to. I think they just have to deal with it. Best solution is to make the distance between the two junctions longer, which isn't really an option, I don't think. This arterial route that cuts between the residential and the industrial could be taken away, force them to use the route over to the right here instead, but it would make journey times a lot longer. You just have to deal with that bit, and this bit's similar. Everything's flowing at the moment, nothing to complain about. Still not decided what to do in the middle here. I did kind of want to be able to crisscross through it. There is no good way of doing that with those junctions there. I'm going to take it away for now. Middle here we could put these incineration plants and other general services. Okay. Everyone's happy in the city still. Don't see any complaining bubbles. Good. Those junctions are fixed, those roads are fixed. Next thing to fix will be to bring this ring road in the distance that it needs to. Particularly want to do. Let's put this style of junction in. What have we done here? So usual 3-lane road. Comes in 20 units away to 10 units away. Okay, so 10 units from here, which is going to change because we've moved the roads over. It's different. That's not right at all. That's 9 units away and that's 10 units away. Interesting. So I'm going to find the answer in the pre-existing roads. Try and find it over here instead. So at least we can do 20 units up the road is this point. That could be like that. I don't think it wants to be. What is the ideal angle? Giving me the ideal angle. I think it might be 90, but it's just it'll be that way, which isn't right. Really, I want the blue line at the end to line up with the middle of that road, which, let's see if we extend the road, can I make it do that? Right, I can get it better. There-ish would be my guess. It's fine. What is that distance? 8 units. 8 units this way. There, we should get the same result. Roughly. Yeah, roughly. Close enough at least. Okay, let's repeat that on the others. 8 units. We are going to need to drag some extra road out to work with on these. Is there. Don't know what 20 units is. Yeah. Guessing that. No, that's 9. Okay. Make that 8. No, that's 7. The one in between those. There. Yes, perfect. Yeah, that's the 20 points, so that's fine. That's right. There's that one. Would be right. I didn't look it. No, that's 10. Given funny numbers, I think, because of the height difference. So that's 8. It's not. That dot, I think, is where we were before, so there should be what I'm looking for. Which it is. Excellent. Get there in the end. Must remember to do the speed limits on these roads when I've done this last one. What's that? No, that's 9. It's 8, good. Correct? No. That's heading the wrong direction. Speed limits. Just said it. The off ramps to still go at 100. So they slow down at the end of the off ramp and not at the start of the off ramp. I don't think I did anything with the lane collectors, but I might have. The joining roads, so I'll need to check what I did on the old ones first. I don't think it's necessary because the traffic is spread out and flowing when it's on the ring road. It's on the speed limits, so I did at the join. I didn't here. Yeah, that's fine. They are set up properly now. Okay. That area is kind of ready to have more industry put into it. Did I do the water? I did do the water. Haven't done electric. That'll need to join like from there to there. Put a building on that corner or something to power it. Not too sure. It's not the end of the road network fiddling we need to do. Ring road needs to move it in. I think I'm going to spend this entire stream just moving roads. I need to pause to do this because we're going to strip away almost all of it. Actually, we are going to strip away all of it. In fact, it might be easier if I just strip away all of it and start again. Yeah, I think it will be. Bye bye road. Tunnel. Too far. Oops. Oops. Is there an undo button? Not that I can see. Never mind. I need to redo those. They were 20 units from that point. Running that. Their speed limits changing. Good. Okay, so this is the carrying on in a straight line will give us the right spot for these roads now. I want to come down to the corner. Can't, I'm guessing there's a support in the way somewhere. That'll work. Should be fine. One thing we need to check is where the ground is uneven over here. I actually want to lower the road. That wants to come down to here, but at the end it's only going to be 6 meters up. It's a funny lump there, I don't think there's... Sure if it'll make a difference if we force it down in the middle. Now there's a funny dip instead of a funny lump. Okay, we'll leave that. So that distance is supposed to be 18 units, which it is. So we do an 18 unit corner here, which then lines up with that corner. Making the outside a 22 unit corner. Side needs turning around, there we go. A few more straight lines. Something's not right there. Outside corner. Dropped that to 6 meters at the start. We need to do a 22 meter corner. It goes up to 12. That's right. Then it can go in a straight line. It's also at the wrong height. That end looks okay. Not sure. Let's redo it just to make sure. 18 unit corner. 12 meters at both ends. Yep. That up. Good. Another 18 unit corner goes here. Another 22 unit around the outside. She moves them further away from each other, which I like. One of them needs turning around, yep. Straight line all the way up. Would you believe it? The angle is right, doesn't look right. That's okay. Okay, that's all of them joined up. One big ring road. Just want to extend these out so we can work on the slip roads. Which are 3 lanes, yep. Units from there to end up 8 units away. I think it's there. Yep. This way. It's 21 units. It's going to be difficult to snap around. Won't snap. Let's rebuild it. Do I get new snapping points? Hopefully. Units is there. Wrong. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Doesn't want to join. Units that way. Units that way. That one's good. This one's just a guess. I don't think those snap points are, or the readout is accurate. I think there. Spot on. Next junction down. Oh, I got that one wrong. It's the right one. Good. Just wanted to check the directions on them. Yeah, they are good. Do the other side. There, I reckon. Yeah. These ones are good. Set. Go. Okay. They're in place and all facing the right direction, so I just need to do their speed limits as well. To reconnect to the highway on the south. Fine, I just need to copy the one we did in the north, just facing the other way. Shame there isn't a copy paste option. Maybe there is and I just haven't found it yet. Okay, that's those ones. I think it would be a good idea before I try and get my brain around this one that I take another little break, stretch the legs again, and time to close all the curtains because it's gotten dark outside. If you've been sat in front of your computer as long as I have, then I recommend having a 2 to 3 minute walk around like I will, and then we'll carry on with this road system when I get back. If you are lurking there in the chat and you're enjoying watching me do these crazy things, Please do click the follow button if you haven't already, of course. It's always hugely appreciated when you do that. And yeah, 2-3 minutes, we'll be back. We'll carry on. I'll see you then. Hello there, I am back from stretching the legs out. Closing the curtains. It was very dark outside, which is crazy. 5 PM here and it looks like midnight. Although, very nice to see all the Christmas twinkly lights down the road blinking away in the dark, which is lovely. Cold as well outside this room, something I forget with a computer that's currently pumping 60-degree air into this room, so it's nice and warm here but not out there. Okay, this is the junction then we're copying then. So the highway ends 18 units away from the highway. Joining point is 32 units away. Interesting, it's quite different to the other junctions we did. We've allowed it more space. That might not be best. point where they join here to be as far from that point where they come off as possible. I don't think we can improve that. We could switch which one's a tunnel and which one isn't. Would allow it to shrink it a little, not much. Not enough. We'll just do it like this one. That'll be fine. So, 18 units away. Yeah. Ah, that's not exactly what I wanted. That's up in the air. Let's try that again. They're lined up in the right spot because they were on the last junction. And 18 units from there is there. Put it on the ground this time. The highway can join there. That's now in the right spot to begin with. Let's do these outside ones. Starting 14 units back from there. 4 units out, remember that. So 14 back is... that corner ends, that is perfect. That's also wrong. No way that's the right angle. Units out. I reckon that snap point moved. Let's work on the basis of it being... even that's not right. I think that angle should be less than 90 degrees. So there's the first point for that. Puts it 9 units away. Nowhere near 14 on this side. Ah, because that is offset from there. Okay, how far is that? 4 units. That will be the reason. 4 units back and 4 units out. Then we join under 90 degrees. It won't let me snap there. So that one will just have to go there. That's... no one would build a road over a lump like that. Let's build the rest in, and if I remember, I'll come back and flatten that out and rebuild it. So next step is to go up. Well, I assume that's over 10. Yep. Then an 8 unit corner, 10 and join. Moving up over 10. Ah. I'm just stepping, it should go up 12 meters, not 6. There we go. Corner of 8. Straight of 10, and then join. Ah, when that angle is like so. And that all needs to go. That needs to hang around. There we go. May drive in that direction. Yep, good. Let's mirror that on the other side. That was 4 from the end, 4 out, join there, head up over 10 units, do an 8 unit curve, forward 10, and then join like so. Try to drive in the right direction. That one's all good. So the next ones are the one that goes under and the tunnel. They were, I think, 8 unit corners. That worked out okay on them. Okay, so I'm guessing down over 10. Forward 8. If we're going to do the right mirroring, it should be this one that's the tunnel. Down over 10, forward 8, 8 unit corner, up over 8, up again over the next 10, and then join there. This stretch of road was the most traffic heavy previously, before we stripped this away and rebuilt it. I think it will be again. That distance around that corner isn't very far to work with. I don't think there's anything to be done for it. No. Can't move it back at all or anything, so hopefully we can just reduce traffic in general through some means as we go. So the other side, walk those 10, forward those 8. 8 unit corner, up. Want to snap there. Those 8 unit corner. 8 up over 10 and then join. There. Good. They're heading the other direction. The ring road needs rebuilding. Okay. We need one check for traffic lights, speed limits, this is the last one. Yep. And then need to do the lane connector at all of the junction exits. Means that junction is done. Yeah, it is. Good. Good, so that's a mirror of the one at the far end. That's still not ideal. I think at some point we will need to do something about that spider network. Back with all food. Yeah, I'm getting hungry now. Bolognese, sounds good. Sounds very good. I might have that for dinner too. Another do another about 40 minutes at least, and then we'll see how I'm feeling and who's around and how much longer I stream for after that point. And then I will have my dinner. That's good. It looks good. I can't do the next stage of fixing the roads until I buy this square, because I need to move this junction here, which we can't do at the moment. This whole lot needs moving down 5 units. I don't particularly want to do that right now. We need to do another connection in the middle here for the residential. That needs spacing out. That's something to do. As it stands, I think next thing to do is start building this industry in, supplying the services it needs, and public transport would be my next thought. Got one tunnel for it that runs under. It's a shortcut for the buses, so we'll probably need to do that again somewhere. But okay, if they're good, I can unpause. Nothing's going to fall apart, I hope. Let's move our power plants over. That'll give us a power grid to connect to. Just need to make sure we've got a police headquarters and a couple fire stations. I did think about moving those, didn't I? Coverage here isn't perfect, so I think if that just moves over the road, do the same over here with the police to be central. Move the fire over the road. Slightly improved, but not much. Okay. Need something up, used to be conscious. Yeah, the processed can be bad. It is particularly bad if it's all you ever eat. But every now and then isn't going to make much of a difference at all. I think what I'll do is move this one to the other side. Coverage in this corner a little worse. That corner, but that's better overall. Okay, so let's mirror that in the other sector. So it's just above that road. Just below that road. And a police station here. This isn't strictly required. I think what I will have... let's do it with a 4-lane road. No, 4-lane both directions. Then going to use the mod, we can restrict vehicles. Yeah. These are going to be bus, emergency vehicle, and garbage truck only road. We overused Doritos. That's true. It's true. It is processed. But you know, it's the vegetables, isn't it, really? It's the tomatoes in the tomato sauce of a microwave meal are not as nutritious as fresh tomatoes are. And that's fine. It doesn't mean you can't eat it. It just means like vegetables that are pre-spiced, yeah, processed, but they're like probably fine. Depends on what the processing is, I guess. chopping isn't bad. Boiling for 3 hours is. And freezing isn't bad, like frozen tomatoes are just as good as ones that haven't been frozen. Let's not worry too much about that traffic. Okay. Did see some people complaining about power down here, but we don't have a power issue, so don't know what that's about. I'm going to forcibly connect these up because we're not going to fill in every sector of the grid immediately. So we won't have an all-encompassing power grid for a while. Okay. Roads are good, services are good. I did do water, and I did check that before, so let's zone in the first blocks of industrial here. See what impact that has. We'll also want to create a new district. Thinking about that. This one won't have a specialisation, so the pre-existing industrial district is specialised in oil. This one will be just generic. Don't have the energy to cook some days. Because, well, yeah, even without health reasons, the energy to cook every day is a lot, in my opinion. Yeah, it's fine, you know. Don't eat at all some days, jeez. It's been a long time since I was able to not eat for a day. I've done it in the past, but these days I get very hungry. It's not, you know, I eat quite well, I'll be honest about that. I do eat quite well. And part of that's the job I had before I started streaming was well paid, very well paid. So I was able to buy things like, you know, yeah, organic meat. I eat fresh vegetables, all the kind of equipment, you know, like I've got a good fridge, like a energy efficient one that's nice and effective, so I can keep food for a lot longer than some people can. So I'm in a very privileged position when it comes to things like food and cooking. We must be going crazy. Why are we having blackouts? We're producing 490 megawatts of electricity. 355 are being consumed. I can see it. I've answered my own question. That is not linked to that. That solar power plant wasn't powering everyone. Okay, good. Enjoy veggies. Well, that is good. If you enjoy them, yeah. Chopping. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, chopping takes time as well. Like a long time. And cooking as well. Like if you need to... Like I'll make a tomato sauce. Same example. I'll let it boil for like an hour to really boil it down. And like... watching a boiling pot for an hour is probably not a good combination with pain as well. Quick, you know, like you say, microwave food. Quick, isn't it? Simple. Makes a lot of sense. Shortage of workers. It's interesting. There's no demand for residential, but we're short of workers. 4 university educated people when we don't need any. 4 well educated, which is right. We're missing about. It's short a lot of people. Hopefully that's just about them getting over there. What is this traffic issue about? Steam. Yeah, that's good. Sit down and leave it. Yeah. It's a lot of trucks all coming off at this exit. Yeah. He's heading for that one. So yeah, he's using the right exit. Okay. He's using the wrong exit. He should have come around the other way to get over there. It's interesting. Oatmeal in a rice cooker. Yeah, makes sense. When you think about it, yeah. Or any other, yeah. Rice cookers are a good machine to have. For sure. I'm not a huge fan of rice personally. It's okay. I'll have it as much as I have anything else, but typically British. I eat a lot of potatoes. A lot of just meat with a few vegetables. That's what I typically have. Traffic issue is bothering me. What is holding them up at the bottom here? Well, there you go. Traffic lights. That's why we've got a traffic issue there. Let's check all the other junctions. Lord. Traffic lights everywhere. Oh. Oh, like an Instant Pot. Okay. That makes sense. This could be possible. Could be. Though, I mean, when you do like rice in a saucepan, that is, well, it's not necessarily difficult, but it's a bit harder than rice in a rice cooker. Whereas potatoes in a saucepan is pretty easy compared. Then again, it depends on what, I guess, how you cook in a saucepan, because not everyone's got, you know, a good hob to cook on. It's gas fired, which is okay, cheaper than a electric one. Is that all the traffic lights gone? I think it is. That should improve things a bit. East water problem, that is not surprising. Let's add another plant in. Picked it up. Yeah, electric's slow to get going, and then costs more overall generally. This is a really good solution to that, actually, I think. Are they having too few services? What do you want? You've got police and fire. We can just arbitrarily move an incineration plant over if it will make you happy. Put them on that road, actually. It's interesting, yeah. That kind of makes it easier than an instant pot then, because one of the biggest problems with an instant pot is the water runs out and then everything burns if you don't catch it at the right time, or if it doesn't have the same sensor. Whereas, yeah, if rice cooker knows it's run out of water and just keeps it warm instead, then as long as it's something simple that doesn't need further cooking, doesn't need topping up or whatever. Should definitely get a rice cooker. City services. What does it mean by city services? Healthcare isn't needed in industry. Got the same amount of services as the other sector, but they're not. The other one isn't complaining. But a bus route would work. Rice cooker chat. I mean, I laugh about it, but that is by far, by a long distance, the most popular streams on Twitch are people chatting about whatever. I mean, rice cookers is a perfect example. If someone spent 4 hours sat just talking about rice cookers, that would be even more popular than any game there is, which seems crazy, but I mean, that's how Twitch works, really. Most people just kind of want to come here and hang out. If that means having a talk about rice cookers, then perfect. Let's set up the bus routes. They're going to need to change. If we put the interchange onto this road, really. Kind of. Let's do that, and then the blue one, 2. To add to the purple line. Game is a lot of fun. Yeah, especially a chill game. Can't imagine someone playing Valorant and having a talk about rice cookers at the same time. Yeah, we want to come round to that side. To start one layer up. Bit awkward. Meeting change. Yeah, that's how I've worked on it. So just move this for now so they don't cause an issue. We've got like internal bus routes. So within this residential district, the yellow route collects all the people from every few blocks and then drops them at the top. And at the top, the green route picks them all up and just shuttles them over to the industrial area. And the same in Evergreen Heights is the red that feeds them to the top, and then the blue shuttles them over here. When they get here, we've then got the purple route that just takes them between all the industrial zones and back again. I'm not sure if it's enough as we grow. So we're going to need another internal route in Highland Heights. I might want the shuttle system to stop at the top of each of them. So once at the top of here and then again at maybe the bottom of Belmont Heights before going back. Probably. I was thinking about putting them in the centre here with one stop off, but I think that puts too many buses on that road, which cause a problem. So finish tidying up purple. Problem with purple is as it loops around, it goes back and forth, and now it needs to go forth and back instead of back and forth. Stop all the way along the top, but actually the other way round. So there, that makes them do silly loops all the way around. Which is the most used bus stop? I've not. How can I do that? Can I... Here's bus lines. See how many passengers the line has. Ah. Shows me all of the stops. No, all of the vehicles. Okay, interesting. Ah. So there's a limit of 16 vehicles. Didn't know that. And I mean, these are mostly full. So I can spend money to get more vehicles. So this route, well, I've got bus line 1, which is green. So that's the shuttle from Brook Heights to Belmont Heights. So the first stop is the residential area, the second stop is the industrial. 600 stop. So ours are quite empty at the moment. They're not too bad. But you say, yeah, you get a bus stop where 600 people are just stood waiting. Yeah. It's cool. You can see them as well, can't you? If you colour coded in this as well. So there, all the little green people are waiting to take the next green bus that turns up. So that must look really funny if you've got 600 people stood there. Change the way this wiggles, so that all needs to move up a line. The stops all need to move up one line. Yeah, just keep waiting until a empty bus turns up, or a bus with space. One thing that concerns me a little is someone gets on the purple bus at the top here because they've just come over from the residential area. Let me just move them down as well, actually, so that they get on the bus here, but they want to get off down here. They're stopping a lot of times before they get there. So I don't know if it's worth me splitting this into two halves. So a loop does the top half and a loop does the bottom half, and the blue bus stops at the top and the bottom. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Maybe. Make it go both. Ah, okay. I've got that on the metro line. Like, we have a loop that goes clockwise and a loop that goes counterclockwise. Could do the same with the buses. Yeah. I think I'll do 2 loops. We've got money to burn. We can have as many buses as we like. So they're going to do 1, 2, 3 rows. So this is going to be the last row of the purple line. These surpluses. Okay. New one in. So it's going to start there. That. Back to the start. So happy to walk quite far. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't need as many stops. haven't really seen, I suppose, because I've just kind of worked on a vague basis that they'll walk a block. And no evidence of that. If they'll walk 2 or 3 of them, then don't know. I figure the better the bus service is, the more stops you have and everything like that, the fewer cars they'll use. And this, as much as this traffic is flowing quite well, it will not flow if they start driving cars from here to here. So need to reduce that for sure. So that's a second loop. We've got one of each line there, so I want to bring my blue line to stop next to them, and the green line. Let's move that back one, so they're all really close. Yes, I wonder if they do, because I've got this tunnel that takes the buses under. Yeah, they do. There are people walking in the tunnel from the residential to the industrial area. I don't think I can stop them. I don't stop. I can stop specific vehicles. I don't think I can stop pedestrians. So, okay. I mean, that's a long, boring walk. I should put a pedestrian path over the top or something, shouldn't I? So they can at least look at something pretty while they do it. That's crazy, it's just a tunnel of buses and garbage trucks. Oh well, if they want to. Getting the exercise in, yeah, it's good, healthy. Well, the other thing I was thinking was, instead of shuttling people over with buses, shuttling them over on the metro. So we could have a metro station here instead. And connect that to a metro network. Do away with buses in the residential area, just have the metro. Have buses in the industrial area. I don't know, would a metro be better in the industrial as well? I mean, the only advantage I know is that the bus stop goes on the side of the road, and a metro station, the smallest one, still blocks out a 2x2 block that can't have a business there. So yeah, I don't know about that. We'll keep working with what we've got for now. So another 2 bus routes to go in. So this one. Start in the middle there. There. Just move that over one. That's made them all happy, that's good. Leveled up a few businesses. Same on this one, so let's change their colours. It'd be nice if they didn't all default to the same colour, it's a bit confusing for me. So bus line 6. Can be yellow. They're not going to overlap, which means bus line 7 can be red. Bus line 8. Or I could just match what's below. Let's 8 can be purple. 7 can be yellow. I don't think it'll confuse me. Limited number of colours to deal with anyway. I mean, clearly there's not a limited number, there's like millions of different colours, but I can't see the difference between them all. Is there anything that I'm not using? Red, green and yellow and blue are there. Pink's kind of the first. Got cyan, I suppose, not got one like that. Orange. Can I get an orangey colour? Kind of. Kind of out of ideas. A more purpley purple. Yeah, let's turn the pinky purple more pink. That's better, definitely. So I just then need to add a stop to the blue line. The green line. So blue line, where do I want it to go first? Probably the northern one. And come down. Do funny loops on the ring roads, but it'll work. Let's do the same with the green. And that blue are too similar. Lilac-y colour, that might help. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so there. Buses are now servicing everywhere. So there's still the question of what to do with the metro. It's fine for now, but want to check. So we looked at bus line 1 and it was happy enough. Can't like scroll to the next one. No, bus line 2, no major backlogs. Looks good enough. Bus line 3, huge backlogs. That would be a reason to improve the metro coverage, I guess. Let's double the number of buses. Line 4 is a mirror that doesn't have the same problem. Actually, no, there are fewer residences in the north, so that does make sense. So that one, there's quite a few at the actual interchange point. We'll double that anyway. We'll be increasing the number of people there soon anyway, so that it matches the other side. And we've got spare money, so there's nothing to worry about. Pink line, a few busy stops towards the end, but not bad. Could do with a couple more. Problem will be when a bus picks up like 30 people that all want the last stop, they can't pick up anyone else. Let's increase that a bit. Let's go 10 buses. I assume 6 is going to be probably a bit early to tell. I'd imagine it will have the same, because it covers the same areas. So because it's new, it doesn't have a problem yet, but it will do. Definitely don't need to add any buses to those routes. There's no one there yet. So we'll deal with that in the future. That's pretty cool. Let's have a look at the metro as well while we're... Oh wow. Just almost 800 people sat in a metro station waiting. Yeah, I'm guessing one train is not enough then. Let's have 3. assume that the route doing exactly the same thing but in the opposite direction has no problem at all. People just really love going clockwise around. No, really love going counterclockwise. For whatever reason. What? Counterclockwise route is really busy, which is not the one that takes this stop to the university. It's the one that takes you from a commercial district to a commercial district. That's interesting priorities, but you know, people want what they want, I guess. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. Have to keep an eye on that. Okay, so our new industrial area, it's already turning the ground dirty. Brilliant. Love to see it. It's levelling up a bit. Traffic is only being a problem at the one that I know is a problem. It's just got the most people. 630 people just standing. Oh, there's an underground one as well, so they're just storming into underground shelters to wait for a train. They must like it. It must just be the people of this city. They like walking in underground tunnels and standing in underground train stations. And sure, why not? Okay. So it is 6 PM. This is about stream finish time, if I'm happy, which I am. Where do they live? At the bus stations? Yeah. I mean, how many people fit in a house? What is that? That's 50, 60, 70, maybe 80 people in a high-rise apartment complex. So there's like 8 full apartment complexes stood in one metro train station. They could definitely walk there quicker than waiting for a train. That's, yeah, for sure. Dedicated. They just love trains. I mean, I would appreciate that if I was charging them money and they were paying for it, but we've got free public transport, so... Which reminds me, we'll turn that on. They just really want to get the most out of the free policy. We want recycling, smoke detectors, and free public transport. Yeah. Good. It's been a good progress this stream, actually, thinking about it. There's lots of little projects I still need to do that I can see in front of me, but we have extended our ring road. It was just covering the one district, it's now covering both of them. Connected it up, or reconnected it at the bottom, connected it back up at the top and moved that road, redone that junction. These two down here need redoing. That'll be a short-term job. This one, we need to buy that square in order to move it down. Then this one, I want to move the entirety of Brook Heights down by 5 units, which is going to be fun. Traffic is looking okay. It's heavy, there's a lot of traffic, but most of the jams are still kind of moving. They're moving slowly, but they're still moving, so feels like it'll be okay. We've still got a lot of industry to put in though, so it could definitely get worse. And a lot of high density buildings over here, so it'll be interesting to see how it progresses, that's for sure. Good fun, looking forward to it. But yes, let's save it, keep it safe. That will be me wrapping up for tonight. I'm hungry. Would you believe? Wonder what got me so hungry. Thank you very much for joining me, whether you've been here live. Thank you, Anazara, for hanging out and chatting with me. Really do appreciate that. Thank you anyone who is lurking or catches it on a video later. Please do come and follow the channel if you're enjoying the content at all. The City Skylines will be back next week. So unfortunately I can't stream this Saturday, so I've had to cut one of this week's streams out, and that was City Skylines. So next Tuesday, same time, 2 PM GMT, we will continue with our roadworks and everything like that. I will be back for my next stream tomorrow, So it's Wednesday night, 6 p.m. GMT, to play Anno 1800 again.